Welcome, travelers. Welcome to another very awkward episode of these Bible study devotionals, and we're going to get into a BMX stream. I need to get back into the drawing streams, but I've been putting so much energy in my bike, I get really tired after, so it's hard for me to. I was on a roll. I don't know if you guys have been watching the stream. There was a point where I was like on a roll. I did it for maybe 2 months. Like every other day, I was like trying to do like a drawing stream with the bike riding stream, and they were gnarly because I was like trying to do them when I was all tired. But sometimes, I don't know about you guys, but for some reason I get burnt out of drawing. I'm also getting burnt out of drawing because I just hear so much stuff about the AI stuff, and a lot of artists I grew up with and stuff and studied with, and they're just going crazy right now still. I don't know, it's a strange time for that. But for some reason I do not get burnt out of riding my bike. It's just super fun. And that's the other weird thing is this. I know I have heard some people say that Flatland seems like boring to learn and stuff like that. But to be really honest, I feel like Flatland's just been super fun to learn because it's just so challenging, bro. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if I'm just a super slow learner or if these tricks are just taking an absurd amount of time. Because I'm going to be flat out honest, I am trying to speed run, trying to learn Flatland, and it has been taking way longer than I expected. But it's also like, it's weird because there's actually a rewarding factor within that, especially when you feel like a trick's impossible in the beginning and then you just keep going, you just land it. Bro, that feeling is just like, it's such a joyous feeling. And I think everybody out there that is in music, in art, in anything, that feeling is always is just such a cool feeling to get. Anyway, and I think one of the really cool things about Flatland is that you can basically learn it in so many areas, man. I mean, ideally you want to find a level surface, but you can ride it on out in the street and stuff. But I will say most streets are actually kind of like pyramids. And nobody really told me that in the beginning. I even watched the how-to videos, because you think, oh, Flatland, right? And you think, oh, well, I could just ride out in the street, right? That's actually what I did in the beginning. And I was like, oh, it doesn't really matter if it's that level or anything. But the thing is that there actually is a very huge difference between riding on a complete level ground compared to when I even ride out there. Just because if you add in a couple degrees to the slope of a side, it just totally changes a bunch of tricks. And especially if you start going in circles and stuff like that, you can really tell the geometry of every single little. I can actually tell now when I go to a different riding spot, spots that I can't really stream at because I don't have Wi-Fi there. But the thing is, I can really tell every spot. And I'm actually not really sure if I've even really been on a complete full-on level ground, because I actually think this ground in the garage is actually leveled a little bit downwards. I'm not quite sure if that's the case, but I think it is a little bit. It's not completely level still. Anyway, let's get into it, and then we'll get into the bike riding, which is really, really fun. And it's really weird me doing these bike riding streams and then the Bible study streams, but honestly, it just gets me to commit, because these Bible studies are super awkward, and in most cases, I probably never would have gotten into the Bible studies if it wasn't for the inspiration of you guys doing them out there, all you believers out there doing them. And so we're gonna get into it, okay? And I'm gonna be honest. I guess it's a way for me to practice reading, practice talking, because I'm gonna be flat out honest. I was not a reader growing up, bro. I did not like reading. If you told me to read books, I was like, no, that's dumb. I'm gonna just draw a picture. I used to be the person that used to just look. I used to go into, when you go into Barnes & Noble, I used to be the person that I didn't even read any books, bro. I would just go in there and I just look at the cover, and I'd literally buy books just for the art cover, which is ridiculous now that I think about it. I kind of feel like I wasted a bunch of years because words are actually they're actually really trippy, man. Words actually have a lot of power. Words have a lot of I mean, you got to take this with a grain of salt, but I actually did hear from another believer that actually, when people say, oh, well, what are spells? People think, oh, spells, there's something from like Harry Potter or something, right? Well, this one believer was telling me that spells actually go way deeper into the mind, and spells are actually just our word usage. And this is actually and he brought up the reason why we call it spelling is because we're spelling out words. And in some cases, we live in this society where we're bombarded with so many different types of spells, right? Like spells from music, spells from other things, and just all these things that are just trying to change our internal monologue, which is super weird. It's so weird that a believer said that to me, and I was like, what in the world did you just say? I was like, whoa, man, that's like so weird. I never thought about like spells, because I always thought about spells as like an RPG game, like it's like fireball or something like that, right? But I never equated like spells into internal monologue that affects us, and this is honestly one of the reasons why we call it spelling, is because we're spelling words out. Super weird. Anyway, you got to take that with a grain of salt, but I did hear that from another believer. Let's see here. Can I share some lyrics I found interesting? I don't believe this, but it's interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, go for it, Preston. What's up, bro? Man, you in here fast, huh? How goes it, dude? By the way, I'm not like a great writer either. It's actually weird. There's actually I saw on Reddit there's this crazy I forgot his name. He was like this crazy scientist dude, or he was like some sort of crazy scientist dude, right? And the thing was he actually didn't like writing. And what he would actually do is that he would basically he would audio record all of his thoughts, and he would just audio record them and then have other people write down everything, which is hilarious. And actually, one thing I've been noticing is I actually do talk faster than I can write. Like, you guys should think about that. It's super weird, right? Because we're normally like texting a lot, but it's actually weird because I can actually talk faster than I can actually text for some odd reason. I don't know why. I mean, I guess it's just the way we do that. But anyway, we're gonna get into a verse. I did kind of like put out a verse up in here. Okay, let's actually read. What do you got up in here? I'll read this. Let's see here. I'll tell you a secret, something they don't teach you in your temple. The gods envy us. They envy us because we're mortal, because any moments might be our last. Everything is more beautiful because we're doomed. Huh. Interesting. Let's see here. That is weird, huh? I mean, I guess the gods thing is kind of mentioned in the scriptures. That's kind of what's reminding me of, right? It's weird because I've known some people, just like even some BMX riders, just some people that skated and stuff like that. I even knew people that were like into like really gnarly like metal bands, I've even known people that were like into the hardcore scene, right? And they went full blown into like Satanism and all this crazy stuff. And you know what's hilarious is like 10 years later I see them again and they're believers. I'm like, what in the world? It's like it's so funny. Like, it's like sometimes I wonder if like the Lord like led them down that path, or sometimes I actually wonder if this is what the Lord sometimes does in everybody's lives before maybe he saves us or something, right? And we really start getting into the Word of God. But sometimes I wonder if like the Lord kind of like allows us to just go full off into the outer reaches of like away from God and stuff like that. And it does remind me of what I was bringing up last week about what Charles Spurgeon, in one of his sermons he was talking about, where it's such a strange sermon. I need to find it again. It's like something about like becoming fishers of men or something like that, right? And what Charles Spurgeon was saying is sometimes God uses the worst of sinners to become some of the best fishers of men, which is ridiculous to think about, right? But it's also kind of strange because what he was bringing up is sometimes God like puts us into these sins at times, right, before we even really are even about God. And why Charles Spurgeon was bringing this up was because of Paul, right? Paul was actually known to persecute Christians, and Paul was known to like be really against Christianity and stuff like that. And then what's the whole ironic thing about it is that God actually used Paul, and Paul even says in one of the scriptures, he says he was like the worst of sinners, and God actually used Paul. And the whole hilarious thing about it is that Paul became one of the gnarliest like evangelists out there, you know. And it's really weird because how Charles was saying, how Charles Spurgeon was putting it, is that sometimes God allows us to go into our sins, right? Or even to live in sin. Not that he's promoting us to live in sin, but so that we actually go out there and we actually experience these sins, right? So that when we get saved, we can potentially know, I guess, how that sin operates, and maybe where God places us, we can have a better empathy to those around us, right? So we're not as cloistered. Okay, let's see here. These two, it's the same song. The worst part of hell is not the flames, it's the hopelessness. And I think that is the part of hell that a person in depression really tastes, the terrible hopelessness that comes over. Interesting. I mean, yeah, hell is actually, we're going to have to do an interesting study on hell, because what's actually weird that I actually haven't heard too many pastors bring up, we did a Bible study on it, right? But if you go into the Old Testament, the word Sheol, just remember this word, it's called Sheol. Sheol is mentioned in the Psalms a lot, right? And what's weird is I haven't heard many pastors bring it up, but like, I guess, I mean, you got to take my words with a grain of salt, but we did a Bible study. If you look up Sheol, right? Sheol is like the underworld, I guess. It's like the spirit underworld. So when people die, our souls actually go to Sheol. And it's actually weird because in Sheol is actually the place where, like, I guess our spirits either go to heaven or to hell. And it's super strange. It's like really odd to think about that, but it's weird because I don't hear too many pastors bring that up. And it's actually weird because now that I'm thinking about how you're bringing up hell, I actually haven't really done too many studies on hell, to be honest. But actually what I find it weird is a lot of people, even that, like, they're not even into Christianity whatsoever, a lot of people get their interpretations of hell from actually Dante, which I actually never read Dante's Inferno. I've never actually read that book. I did have a friend that used to play that game, and I know that there was like the 9 layers of hell or something like that. But I don't actually think that's even really related into the scriptures in any way. I mean, maybe it could be in some sense, but it's actually interesting how much Dante's Inferno actually influenced a lot of people's envisioning of hell, right? Now, one part of, I mean, I guess I will say one part about hell that I will say I kind of do know about, and it's in James. So if you ever bother, you I honestly, I underlined it with red because it's brutal. And this is actually another weird thing I haven't heard too many pastors. It's actually kind of weird because I actually don't hear too many pastors like bring up these verses right here in James in such a way, because I know, like, in James, where he speaks on, we're supposed to be careful about our words that we use, right? We're actually supposed to be very thoughtful of our tongue, as what James puts it, right? And it's actually kind of weird that you bring that up, Priceless, because how I started the stream off was, you know how I said that one believer I met, he was basically saying spells are basically words that we use. And in some weird way, you know, that's kind of what a curse is too. That's kind of even what maybe not a full-on blessing, but I guess in a sense, a curse could be an evil spell put upon somebody, right? But it's weird because these verses right up in here that James goes into about hell, let me just read it. It says, let me just read it. I've read these verses so many times, and it's just such a trip, bro. I think these verses are very important to get to remember in our own minds. For we all stumble in many ways, and if anyone does not stumble in what he says, he is a perfect man, able also to bridle his whole body. If we put bits into the mouths of horses so they obey us, we guide their whole bodies as well. Look at the ships also. Though they are so large and driven by strong winds, they are guided by a very small rudder wherever the will of the pilot directs. So also, the tongue is a small member, yet it boasts of great things. How great a forest is set ablaze by such a small fire. And then here's the part where that song kind of reminded me of. And the tongue is a fire, a world of unrighteousness. The tongue is set among our members, staining the whole body, and set on fire the entire course of life, and set on fire by hell. So those verses right there are such a trip, bro, because it's really weird thinking about those verses. So what is James saying here, right? James is saying that our words, our tongue, we can actually get a taste of what hell is like by the words that we are using in our own minds. And it's just such a trip when I think about it that way. I'm like, what in the world, bro? Like, because here, I'll put it in an example like this, right? So imagine if we could teleport into every prison system right now, right as we speak. If we were to go into the prison system, right, and we went into the prison system and we could go into the minds of every single prisoner, right, and we could go in and see what their actions were when they committed that crime. I mean, there are people that have, stabbed people like to death. Like, there's people that have done mass shootings. There's people that have, done these heinous acts of like violence and just pain and suffering and all this craziness, bro. And it trips me out because like everybody kind of has, now I won't say everybody has an internal monologue. I'm going to be really honest, because I have heard that some people actually don't realize they have an internal monologue. But what trips me out is when I think about, okay, if we were to look back and peer into the mind, imagine if we could peer into the minds of some of these people. Imagine we could peer into the minds of someone that's even going to do some heinous act as even like a mass shooting. I know it sounds ridiculous, right? But what's scary is this actually might even be happening right as we speak right now, too. Imagine if we could go into the mind of someone that's going to do a mass shooting or something like that, or that's going to hurt somebody, or that's going to stab somebody in the throat and kill somebody, or that's going to even rob somebody, or even as simple as starting a fight, like a fist fight, right? Like, what kind of words are those people using in their minds, right? They have to be using some sort of words in their mind, right? And the thing is that, like, it's scary because this is actually what James goes into. He goes into curses, right? And actually, I think James does the best job of relaying of what a curse is. And let me just finish these verses out, right? For every kind of beast and bird, of reptile and sea creature can be tamed and has been tamed by mankind. But no human being can tame the tongue. It is a restless evil full of deadly poison. With it we bless our Lord and Father, and with it we curse people who are made in the likeness of God. From the same mouth come blessings and cursings. My brothers, these things not be so. Right? And so basically I think James does a fantastic job at relaying what a curse actually is. I'm talking about a real curse. I'm not talking about curse words. I'm talking about a real curse, bro. I'm talking about a curse. Imagine you saying something, right? Imagine you being able to say something and change and alter somebody's internal monologue so they never feel good. What if they're always pessimistic? What if they're always angry? What if they're always frustrated? What if they always feel like they're not good enough? And what if these words just poison this person's life for years and years and years and years and years, right? That kind of seems like a curse to me, right? And ultimately, these people don't actually realize what they're going through with their words that they're using, and so they don't maybe know how to kind of like relay their emotions. And so now when they go through some of these emotions, now they have these outbursts, right? And it's really weird to think about that, and it's just super crazy to think about that. And I think the craziest thing about it is that like this stuff is actually going on right as we speak. Like, it's so crazy to think that, like, even if we think about like how a lot of fights happen, right? If you notice how a lot of fights happen, right? It's not like boom, they just start like you just go fight some random person, right? It's not like you just go. It's generally what ends up happening is it's actually words. Oh, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that, and then it's just like and then someone wants to be like the bigger person or something like that, right? And then something happens, someone gets hurt or something like that, and then they start fist fighting or something. Maybe somebody pulls out a knife or something, and then they want to hurt them even more, and then they pull out a gun. It's the sad reality that this is actually how a lot of things actually start occurring. A lot of things actually start occurring from the words that we actually use, and it's actually super strange to think about that. And it's like, I think the scariest thing about it is that this stuff is actually probably happening right as I say it. What I'm actually talking about, this is probably happening somewhere in the world right now, and it's just so sad. And it's just so sad that people like are just getting hurt because of this. There's so many innocent people that get hurt because of this stuff too, right? And it's just like, and you know, the weird thing about like curses is that when I think about like curses, right, in some sense it's almost like a curse of like, I mean, right, even there, you know, James is saying that we can actually get a taste of what hell is like from the words that we use, right? And it's like, it's just so weird to think about that, man. And I feel like more pastors need to bring up that verse, because like those verses are super brutal, bro. It's like sometimes James is so blunt, because sometimes when I read it at first I was like, there's no way. How could our words, how can we get a taste of hell by our words, right? Because you're like, oh, you know, because like when I grew up, I always thought about like the sticks and stones, you know, sticks and stones break our bones, but words will never hurt me, or something like that, right? But the thing is, actually, as I get older, I feel like that's the opposite of the case, because the weird thing about words is that words could just like ingrain themselves in somebody's psyche. And sometimes those words will never leave. Sometimes that person is always just negative all the time, and they're always pessimistic, and they're always just, and it's just brutal, bro. And the other brutal thing about all this stuff is that like, they're like in the realm of like curses and stuff like this, is we can't actually tell when people are actually cursed, right? You know, when we see these like mass shootings happen and like these serial killers and stuff like this, there's always like these people that knew them, and they're like, oh, I didn't know he was actually like that. He was just quiet. Or he seemed completely normal to me. He didn't seem like he was going to do something like that, right? And it's just so brutal to me that I'm just like, bro, this is insane, right? So it's like, this is the scariest part about like curses, right? Is that curses it's like something that we can't actually see until we actually get to have a relay of somebody's mind. And that goes into what Jesus talks about from the heart the mouth speaks. From the heart the mouth speaks. I think it's a very good verse, by the way, because this verse actually kind of kept me going, because for a while I was like kind of thinking about not doing these Bible study streams, but because you know, like these Bible study streams, you got to take everything when I'm saying with a grain of salt. I cannot edit any of this stuff out. I cannot edit any of this stuff out. So it's like, but I think this verse right here kind of kept me going. I'm like, okay, well, if I do say something wrong, well, ultimately, I guess that was from my heart because I spoke it aloud, right? But yeah, it's this verse right here. It's Matthew 12:30, 34 through 40. It says, "For the mouth speaks what the heart is full of. A good man brings good things out of the good stored up in him, and an evil man brings evil things out of the evil stored up in him." It's like, dude, it's actually so simple. It's so blunt right there, right? And it goes into, it's a strange level of like, dude, words are so weird, bro. Words are so strange because what's weird is that there's so many things tied into our words. That in some weird level, our words actually influence our actions. Because if we think about even our baseline emotions, right? Like even just like, we can think about like anger and like frustration and sadness and depression and envy and jealousy and coveting and just anxiety and worry and all these things, right? These things, what's weird is everybody has their own, now I mean, I guess I wouldn't say everybody, but I think most people have their own like words that we might not think about, but when we go through these emotions, some of these words actually start affecting us, right? And it's just super odd. I'm just like, what in the world, bro? It's like such a trip, dude. It's literally almost like what that believer was telling me about, right? About spells, right? That we use these words, and in some weird way, our spelling of what the words that we memorize and what we kind of connect with certain things actually start changing how we start perceiving things outside of, like, you know, this is the weird thing about words, right? Because I have read this one book, and it was like this Christian book, and they were saying like it was like the power of words, right? Because that's actually one thing that's mentioned a lot in scripture. Like we just covered James, right? And it's so weird today because I was actually going to go into something else, but we're covering this again. And I do know, because I've done many Bible studies on this stuff, and just from reading Bible books and stuff, and maybe it is important. I've probably covered this maybe 5 times already now. But the thing is there was this one Christian book I read in Barnes and Noble out in Marina Pacifica, and it said something like the power of words, and like how God, how the Bible how the Bible changes our word usage or something like that. It was some book like that, right? And I remember there was this part that said, like, I don't remember exactly, but it basically said that our words have a lot of power, right? Our words affect how we perceive reality, and our words actually perceive how we actually talk to ourselves. It sounds ridiculous, right? How we talk to ourselves, and ultimately how we talk to ourselves actually affects our own character. And our character actually affects those around us, right? Because have you ever been by somebody that's like super negative? Like just super like, they're always pessimistic. They're always like, oh, dude, this is always like, ugh. And it's like, don't you feel sapped when you're around those people? Like, I mean, I feel sapped, bro. I'm like, bro, dude, like, you know, like I feel sometimes, and it's like, sometimes I almost feel, is this person cursed or something, bro? Like, it's like, because sometimes that is the level, and that's the whole thing about it, right? And, yeah, words have a lot of interesting things, and it's weird because even in John 1:1, I've brought this verse up to you, right? Let's see here. What's John 1:1 says? John 1:1 says, see if I can read it on the computer screen. It says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. I underlined it in teal. Isn't that weird, bro? The Word was God. Isn't that weird, right? And then what's weird is that the Lord Jesus Christ says, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall what? The truth shall set you free, you know? Like, so let's hear. You shall know the truth. And it kind of makes sense as I get deeper into it, because I'm like, wow. So what if how powerful words can be, if we can think how, you know, just how gnarly words can be, and just thinking about what Jesus is saying right here, where, you know, he is saying, and you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free, right? And in some weird way, I feel like as I get a little, as I keep getting deeper into the Bible, it sounds crazy. People probably just think I'm crazy. But I honestly feel like it's like you just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and your just endurance level just starts like, you know, you can just overcome so many crazy trials and tribulations. And this is the thing, man. I mean, and it's not only me, but it's so many other believers, man. You know, I've met believers that have testimonies of like, you know, they're going to end their own lives. They were in prison. I've met gang people that were in prison out in Long Beach, just fully tatted up. You know, you never think these people would be in the Bible whatsoever, right? And they got so into God's word, bro. And now they're just so zealous about God's word because it ultimately, like, it changed their internal monologue, man. And for something to do that, I think that's actually a weird level of how can you actually, okay, so imagine we have this instance right here, for example. Imagine we do have somebody that's cursed. Imagine if someone's cursed out here right now. Boom. What if they wanted to do a mass shooting? And what if they've been planning this for decades or something? And what if they want to go out and kill people? What if they want to go out and just hurt people and cause mass pain and suffering because they're feeling pain and suffering, right? How would you actually change that? How would you change a person like that? Because, you know, ultimately, I honestly think if you were to put that person into therapy, if you were going to put that person into like a mental hospital or something like that, the thing is that you can like fake not being like that, because most people know now that if you start saying what you really think, you're actually going to get put in jail, right? If like some of these people that were to commit these heinous acts, right? I think they're smart enough to go, if they were to talk to a doctor and be like, oh yeah, I actually have thoughts of hurting mass amounts of people and all this stuff, you're actually going to get probably going to get put into jail for speaking that and stuff like that. And so that's the other weird thing, is how would you then change maybe a curse like that? How could you break a curse like that, right? Like ultimately, how would you really be able to do that in somebody's mind? And that's the super strange thing, because what I've noticed, because here's the other weird thing, is I personally did get in trouble by the law, and I had to go through therapy and psychologists and stuff like this, right? And the weird thing was, bro, I didn't want to go to therapy and psychologists, but the police made me do it. And the thing was is that I had to read all these books and stuff that they gave me, right? And the weird thing is that the one book that they didn't give me was the Bible. It's just hilarious, right? Like the one book that they didn't want me, like they didn't even promote, was actually the Bible. I don't think maybe they're allowed to promote the Bible. I don't know actually how some of these psychologists and therapists operate. Maybe they can't promote the Bible or something like that, right? But here's the weird thing. Now I look back at it, and when I went through that for multiple years, actually, the weird thing was, because I was on probation, right? And the weird thing was is that, like, when I look back, bro, I don't even remember any of these books these people were telling me to read. It's just hilarious, right? I mean, it's actually not hilarious. It's actually scary. Because it's scary that, like, these therapists are like, okay, read this book, all right, it's gonna, like, help you out, you know, all this stuff. Dude, I look back and I go, I don't even remember a single word of that book now. I don't even remember, like, and one of the big reasons why I don't remember anything about those books is because nobody else is really meditating on those books. You know, it's like, it's so weird. And that's the weird thing about God's word, is that it's not only like just you meditating on the words of the Lord and stuff like that, but it's also there's so many other people doing it, right? And it's like, and because there's so many other people doing it, there's this weird level of like connection, and there's a sense of community, and there's a sense of like, I like to say it from what I learned from another believer, it's ultimately like the program. Like we are actually in God's program right here, right? And ultimately what this one believer was saying is that this is actually the program that sets us free, that sets our minds free from all these negative things in our society in some weird way. And the weird thing is that here's the other weird thing, right? Is that it's like, in some degree, would you rather read in it like 10,000 books, but nothing's ever going to heal you, and you just end up forgetting them, and you have, you know, or would you rather have something that's kind of like more like you? And the other weird thing is, like, what I've noticed is the more things I start reading, especially if it's like if you were, say, to read 1,000 books, right? How much could you actually retain reading those 1,000 books, right? How much do people actually memorize? Right? It's like, because for me personally, I think I'm actually really bad at memorization. I think I'm actually a horrible person at memorization, and I probably see it just me doing bike riding and stuff. It takes me, bro, I gotta keep doing it, bro. I'm like, I gotta like keep hammering on it. If I don't keep hammering on it, I just end up forgetting it, right? And the thing is that in most other books, you would probably just seem crazy reading a book or reading the same paragraph over and over and over again. But that's the weird thing about the Bible, is that it's structured in such a way where there's so many combos, right? And I even think that's even why the Lord wanted all these verses as it is, with all these numbers and stuff like this, right? Ultimately to help us remember it. I honestly think this is one of the big reasons why the Lord spoke in parables, and he used these stories. And I actually think this is one of the big reasons why maybe there are so many like gnarly like stories in the Bible and written in such a fashion, is because they're memorable, and just because maybe they are so outlandish at times. They seem, you know, even unreal or just like mystifying. Maybe they're written in such a way so it actually makes us remember it. Because in most cases, if it was just a plain dry text, we'd probably never even remember it. We'd probably be like, oh, that's just that. All right, I don't need to remember that, right? And I wonder, that's the other weird thing. Let's look that up. Let's look up like memorization of scripture. Man, I actually didn't think, dude, bro, I didn't think I was even going to get into this today. I was actually going to get into something completely different. But, I mean, I guess I could maybe still get into it. Let's see here. Holy moly, we're already 30 minutes into it here. Yeah, let's read. Well, I guess I can still get into this, but it's kind of weird. I wasn't expecting to cover all that stuff again, but I think that stuff's pretty important, especially like I've covered it so many times now that I've actually kind of memorized a lot of that stuff, especially the parts in James, right? Because there's also, before we get into that, there's also the verse of death and life are in the power of the tongue. Death and life, or life and death are in the power of the tongue, are in the power of the tongue. You know that? I think it's in Proverbs. Proverbs 18:21. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruits. Isn't that a weird verse, right? Dude, words have a lot of crazy power. Words have like shaped societies. Words have shaped like leaders in societies. And this is the craziest thing, right? Words have, like, it's a strange sense of just thinking about the words that we actually use. Let's see here. We're going to read Psalm 16 now. This is actually the one I was actually going to get into. I was actually going to get into Psalm 16 today. So we're going to read this now, okay? Psalm 16, a miktam of David. What does that mean? Let's look that up. What is a miktam? Miktam definition. Meaning as golden. Whoa, this is weird. See, dude, there's just so many little things you could do. Dude, that's like, there's so many things I didn't even know. I didn't even know what this word meant. What does this word mean? What is miktam in the Bible? I think they spelled it differently right here. They spelled it with a K in this one. No one is precisely sure what a miktam or miktam was. What in the world? See, isn't that funny? I was not actually even going to look this word up. Because look, it's right in here. It says it right in the beginning of Psalm 16, right? I was like, what is that? See, it says miktam of David. I'm like, you know what? I actually don't know what that is. Let's look it up. I actually don't know what it is. And it's just funny because I guess this is what this commentary is saying. Let's read this now. I guess we can find out. We can read this a little bit. No one is precisely sure what a miktam was. And that's why the Hebrew word remains as a transliteration of our English Bibles. Translators didn't know how to translate miktam, so they spelled it phonetically and called it good enough. What in the world? Psalm 16 is titled a miktam of David. The other psalms are called miktams. Interesting. A possible related word for miktam is the Hebrew katham, which means an engraving. If the underlining meaning of miktam is engraving, then the songs labeled as miktams could have been considered enough value to be stamped or engraved upon tablets for long-term preservation. Some scholars see the word miktam as meaning golden, a definition that would similarly assign great value to a song labeled. A miktam could be a psalm or precious as stamped gold. Interesting. So, that's actually really weird. You know what's hilarious about that? Dude, you know what's so hilarious, bro? Like, just even looking up that word miktam, it kind of reminds me of the very Bible study we just did, right? I mean, the thing that we just talked about earlier, right? You know how I just went into this stuff and I said I went into it like 5 times already? The things about, James, he talks about our tongue, the power of our words, spells, curses, things of this nature, right? I have done so many of these Bible studies at this point where I actually don't even need to look at like these commentaries. I just like, just like we've done so many Bible studies on this stuff that now it's like we can just flow it out. And that's actually just really weird, right? That we can just flow it out now, because many times I have to look up commentaries and stuff like this. And I think that is a strange level. When you get into the level of you don't actually need to look up commentaries, you don't actually need to do all this stuff, right? You can just flow it out. I think that's really cool, right? And it kind of reminds me of the miktam, because I guess in some weird way I think a miktam would mean something like something that's supposed to be memorized. It's something that's supposed to be long lasting, and it kind of reminds me of that. Anyway, let's read Psalm 16. Preserve me, O God, for in you I take refuge. I say to the Lord, you are my Lord. I have no good apart from you. As for the saints in the land, they are excellent ones, in whom is all my delight. The sorrows of those who run after another god shall multiply. Their drink offerings of blood will not pour out or take their names on my lips. That's actually, dude, I don't know if you're still in here, but that's actually funny because the psalm actually brings that up. Of other gods, right? The Lord is my chosen portion and my cup. You hold my lot. The lines have fallen for me in pleasant places. Indeed, I have a beautiful inheritance. I will bless the Lord who gives me counsel. In the night also my heart instructs me. I have set the Lord always before me, because he is at my right hand.
I shall not be shaken. Therefore my heart is glad, and my whole being rejoices. My flesh also dwells secure. For you will not abandon my soul to Sheol, or let your Holy One see corruption. Bro, that is so hilarious. Bro, I was like, dude, the very things that you brought up and like kind of made me think about it. You know, even David's saying, you know, you shall not abandon my soul to Sheol. Now, Sheol isn't actually hell. Sheol is like the underworld prior to you going into hell or heaven or something like that. Take that with a grain of salt. I haven't done a Bible study on it in a long time, but it's like basically like the underworld or something like that. It's like the spirit underworld. Let's just look it up right now, just so I don't mess that up. What is Sheol? What is Sheol? Bible. Okay, let's see here. Which one should I do? We just read the Wikipedia one of it? Which one should we Okay, we'll look at Christianity.com. Let's see what this one says. I'm going to read this. It's on Sheol, what we just read in Psalm 16. In the Old Testament, the Hebrew word Sheol is mentioned referring to the grave, or the home of the deceased. Before the time of the New Testament, it was assumed that all living creatures ended up in one place, whether human or animal, righteous or wicked. No one could evade Sheol, which was believed to be down to the lowest parts of the earth. Who can live and not see death, or who can escape the power of the grave? Psalms 89:48. Unlike the world, Sheol is devoid of love, hate, envy, work, thought, knowledge, and wisdom. Descriptions of Sheol are very gloom. There is no light, no remembrance, no praise of God. In fact, no sound at all. Its occupants are weak, trembling souls who can never hope to escape from its gates. That's weird. Okay, it's weird because, like, let me read another commentary. Maybe I've been wrong on that. I thought, is Sheol then just hell? Wait a minute. I thought it was something else. Okay, let's read this one. We're going to read the Got Questions one. The other one, I don't know if they did a really great job at describing it. In the Hebrew Scriptures, the word used to describe the realm of the dead is Sheol. It simply means the place of the dead, or place of the departed souls and spirits. The New Testament Greek equivalent to Sheol is Hades, which is now a general reference to the place of the dead. The word Gehenna is used in New Testament for hell, and is derived from the Hebrew word Hinnom. Other passages in the New Testament indicate that Sheol and Hades is a temporary place where souls are kept as a wait for their final resurrection. The souls of the righteous at death go directly in the presence of God. The part of Sheol called heaven, paradise. See, it's weird. It's very strange. See, it's like this place I guess everybody goes to, I guess, when they die. Sheol. But I guess it says the souls of the righteous at death go directly in the presence of God. Oh, see, okay, so that's weird, right? So it says Sheol. So I don't know. So was I kind of right on that? So Sheol is like just basically like the underworld for like the spirit, every spirit and deceased spirit, I guess. Let's actually read some more stuff on this because now I'm curious. Okay, what is Sheol and is it different than hell? Right? I think that might be an interesting one. What is Sheol and is it different than hell? When pondering the soul, many philosophers come up with theories and ideas about its nature and what would happen to it when the body ceased to contain it. Most Christians would say it goes to heaven or hell, depending on whether or not an individual repents of their sin and has a relationship with the Savior, Jesus Christ. In the Old Testament, though, there is another place that it gets named, which can be confusing at first glance: Sheol. Debated among thinkers, Sheol refers to the underworld, a place for the souls of the deceased to go, waiting for the day of judgment, or to be brought or to join the Lord in heaven. Some thinkers interpret Sheol as a metaphorical place representing a spiritual state where someone is out of sync with God. Several Bible verses include a parable from Jesus that shows the Bible asserts Sheol was understood before the death and resurrection of Jesus as the afterlife, a place to hold the souls of those who died. What is Sheol? Theologians today debate the exact way to describe the Sheol. Most agree it has some overlap with the place called Hell in the book of Revelation, but built for the rebellious angels who followed Satan, and where the unrepentant sinners will go. Sheol was a term used in the Old Testament that referred to the afterlife, or the spiritual state of being in the grave. Certain translations also call it the realm of the dead. Before the death and resurrection of Christ, the afterlife was understood to be two separate areas. Much like it today, these places were called the Gehenna, a place for the unrighteous, a place for and Abraham's bosom, a place for the righteous. In the parable of the rich man and the poor man, Lazarus, both places are highlighted. Jesus said the poor man died and was carried by angels to Abraham's side. The rich man also died and was buried, and in Hades, being in torment, he lifted up his eyes and saw Abraham far off, and Lazarus at his side. Luke 16:22-23. Abraham's side and Hades are alternative translations to Abraham's bosom, or paradise, and Gehenna, or Sheol. In torment, the rich man could look up and see Lazarus in paradise, and Abraham could look beyond the great chasm. Luke 16:26. Though he could not pass it, it seems to be one realm where the place where believers will spend eternity has yet to come. And John the Apostle recorded, "Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, and the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the seas were no more." Revelation 21:1. There was a place for the righteous dead before Jesus' life on earth, access to heaven after Jesus' resurrection, and there will be an eternal heaven after the end of days, where those who put their faith in the Lord will spend eternity. Man, this is a weird commentary. So I guess there's different, I guess they put thinkers. I guess thinkers, theologians, I guess there's different aspects of what Sheol is. What's really weird is that I've actually never really heard many pastors bring up Sheol. It's actually really weird because it's actually mentioned in Psalms a lot. If you read the Psalms, David actually says Sheol a lot. Yo. Bro, I saw your clip the other day. Was clean. Oh, thanks, dude. Which one was that one? I normally get I can normally get 3 to 4 clips a day. The thing is, I don't even want to post them on Instagram or anything because the thing is just the scenery is the same thing, and it's I always just feel like I could do it better, right? I feel like I have such a hard time because with an Instagram clip, I feel like if I do it at a spot, I'm okay, I went to that spot. I'm not probably going to go back to that spot because I'm going to get kicked out or something like that. And so I just know it's going to be hard for me to get it better that time, right? But with these clips that I'm getting right now, since I'm just doing it in the same area, I just always feel like I could just do it better. I could do it cleaner. I could do a different combo into it, all sorts of stuff. You put the stunt I showed you in it at the end. Really? I don't remember that one. Sorry. Was it from my last stream? Sorry, I gotta get into we're studying about Sheol. Do you know what Sheol is? Have you ever seen this word before? Sheol. Strange word. I guess we're doing a study on it today. One of the reasons Sheol is generally perceived as different from the modern understanding of the afterlife post-resurrection is there is a reoccurring suggestion that the righteous dead who spend time after the afterlife before Jesus' death passed from to the place called heaven. The realm of Sheol called Hades or Gehenna will also not exist for eternity after the judgment. The book of Revelation prophesies, and the sea gave up the dead who were in it. Death and Hades gave up the dead who were in them, and they were judged. Then death and Hades were thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And if anyone's name was not found written in the book of life, he was thrown in the lake of fire. Revelations 20:13-15. What does that mean? The Old Testament speaks about Sheol. They did not speak of it as a place of eternal torment, but rather a waypoint between their life and earth, and a place in the house of the Lord. What does that mean? That is so weird, right? So, I mean, how I see it, okay. After reading all this stuff, see, because it says right here, by the way the writers of the Old Testament spoke, Sheol was a place of the afterlife with different regions for the righteous and unrighteous, divided by the great chasm. That is super, super weird right there. So, how I see Sheol, and you got to take this with a grain of salt. After us reading all of this stuff, my own, I guess, interpretation of what I just read right there is, do you think maybe Sheol is like this place where every spirit, imagine we could see into the spirit realm, right? We all die. We all go to Sheol, and maybe Sheol's like this place, this like kind of like this waiting place. And what if like the Lord or like these angels and stuff like review your life or something like that, right? That would be weird. That's maybe how I kind of see it. I don't know. I'm probably wrong, but I guess that's the other thing is this commentary right in the beginning. It said there's many different thoughts about this. Many thinkers have different ideas of what Sheol is, right? But actually that is kind of weird because, they are saying that Sheol is different than hell, right? So it's actually a place that the righteous and the unrighteous go to, which is actually very odd. But then it's weird because we actually did do a study on this one today of James 3:6, and let's just read it. And the tongue is a fire, a world of unrighteousness. The tongue is set among our members, staining the whole body, setting on fire the entire course of life, and set on fire by hell. See, it's weird because, like, it would have been different. What if it would have been so different if James was like, okay, seeing the entire, what if he brought up Sheol instead of hell right there, right? So that's actually really brutal. Anyway, I guess that was the Bible study today. What did we learn today? We learned that our words are important. And I guess, you know what? We'll read the parable of the rock right after. Let's read the parable of the rock, because that kind of solidifies it all. Parable of the rock. ESV. ESV. Everyone then who hears these words of mine and does them will be like a wise man who built his house on the rock. And the rain fell and the floods came and the winds blew and beat on that house, but it did not fall because it had been founded on the rock. And everyone who hears these words of mine and does not do them will be like a foolish man who built his house on the sand. And the rain fell and the floods came and the winds blew and beat against that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. And that is Matthew 7:24 through 27. Building our house on the rock. Which is ultimately we have to build our words on our words that we use even on rock. Anyway, okay, that was the really weird Bible study. I know these Bible studies are super weird, but all these pastors over the years have said we try and put God first, and we're supposed to try and seek first His kingdom. So I guess it's my way of trying to put God first to some degree, right? It just kind of feels like I'm having a session word at this point now. All right, let's do card draw. What are we going to draw today? I don't even know what I'm going to title this one. I think I'm going to title this one I guess James, Power of the Tongue. Power of the Tongue, spells, curses. Psalm 16, Sheol. I mean, that's kind of what we covered, right? I'm kind of wondering, right? Like, I'm actually really curious. Like, I'm wondering, like, it'd be so weird to, like, hear everybody's opinion, like, being like, okay, how are we going to stop all these heinous crimes? How are we going to stop these people killing each other? Right? Like, what would other people say to me, right? How would you stop people from killing each other? Or just causing mass shootings and stabbing people to death? I don't know, man. Ultimately, I think it's I guess a form of pain, right? Pain and suffering. And they're suffering so much, they're in so much pain that they want others to feel their pain. It's brutal, dude. That's happening right as I speak. That's the saddest part about it. Maybe it's not, but I'm pretty sure it is, and that's the scariest part. That's somewhere that's actually occurring tomorrow. I guess the question would be, how do we heal that, right? If we had an option to heal that, how could we heal that? I honestly think more people just need to like use up their energy, because I think that's I think another thing that's like occurring right now. I think some people just have so much energy that they don't actually use it, and it just like goes into their mind, and they're just like getting more, you know, just worked up, and they don't know how to expend their energy. Maybe they don't even know, they think they know they have energy, and then now it's just getting transferred into their emotional states. And maybe when they get really angry, they just explode, and they're just like, ah, and then they just want to just go hurt people or something like that. Maybe just get more people to just maybe even ride their bikes. Maybe that's what we need, man. We just need more people just, you know, just expending their energy or something. Skateboarding, riding bikes, working out and stuff. Anyway, first card of the day. Guardian of Faith. Man, that card looks amazing. Spirit Knight. Dude, that thing looks brutal. Spirit Knight. That's awesome, dude. Guardian of Faith. We got the... Dude, look at that, dude. There's like a little story. I love doing... Dude, these card draws are so, like, interesting to me. Look at this one. Hollowed ground, bro. Is that not a cross, or is that a cross, bro? That is flat out a cross, bro. That's why I got this card. Look at that. You're going to have a little story up in here. Look at it. There's like a guardian of faith, hollowed ground. Ooh, interesting. Sunblast angel. That looks cool. That one reminds me of Matthew 5:14-16. That we should just let our light shine before others to ultimately give glory to our Father who is in heaven. Okay, we got Avacyn Angel of Hope. One, 2, 3, 4. Test of Faith. Interesting. Interesting. Test of Faith. That card is awesome, bro. Red Sureblade. Probably should take this card out. I think I would put something better than Bant Sureblade in there. But it is a cool knight, for sure. Okay, last card. Huh, Sarah's Litigary. I feel like I'd take this card out too. Maybe I could change it with something else. I need to get some new cards, man. It's crazy. I have not changed this set in a while. I do have some. I kind of want to put a Pegasus in there. That was the hand for today. Well, that was a really weird Bible study. I think people just think I'm crazy, but I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like when I read this stuff, it definitely hits me more. Like, I feel like I always learn something. Like Miktam, that's another thing we learned today. I didn't know what a Miktam was, and I guess Miktam is something that they engraved, like some sort of thing, you know, something that was supposed to be remembered. Wait, I didn't even read the last verse of Psalm 16, bro. This is the last verse. I didn't even read the last verse of Psalm 16. Let's read it. Let's see if I read it on the computer screen. You make known to me the path of life. In your presence there is fullness of joy. At your right hand are pleasures forevermore. I love that. You make known to me the path of life. The path of life. More life, less death. Okay. Well, there we go. You make known to me the path of life. Alright. I did get a new pump right there. I think we're going to try and go up our PSI. There is this dude, one of these flatlanders that kind of got me into flatland. You can turn on your AC. Yeah. Let's see, where is it? So this dude right here, he's actually one of the dudes I met. He's actually one of the first, I guess not first Flatlanders I met, but I did meet him in Long Beach, California. And this dude's gnarly, bro. When I met him, he was like, it's so crazy because if you see him ride in person, it looks way different than on like a screen. You're just like, because when you see it on a screen, it, like, for some odd reason, it just doesn't look as fast. It just doesn't look as gnarly. But when you see this dude riding out in like real time, bro, he rides so fast. He spins so fast. It seems like a freaking like a hurricane, bro. It's insane, bro. And I remember him telling me, Chris Bohm literally told me. I told him, dude, how much PSI are you running? He said he's running 130 PSI. Lately, so these past maybe, I think I'm gonna have to even say 6 months, I've been running 110 PSI. I actually went from 90 PSI to 100 to 110, but now I'm remembering what Chris said and how he was saying that he was running 130. And the thing was, I didn't have a pump that even went up to 130. So this pump right here that we got goes all the way up to 160. I have heard some Flatlanders say that they run 145 PSI. So I think we might try Chris Bohm's PSI level scale of 130 PSI. Today. cool. Hopefully this tire doesn't blow up on me. That's what I'm scared of. Will this tire hold 130 PSI? Oh, this is going to be brutal. I guess not really. Oh, this pump's gnarly. Oh, dude, this is brutal. Dude, how do you even pump it to 130? Dude, look at this. I'm putting all my weight. Okay. That's crazy. This pump's gnarly. We got one more. We're at 130 now. Oof. Dude, this thing is brutally hard. Dude, that is gnarly. It literally bounces like a basketball. I wonder how much PSI they put in basketballs. I'm wondering if it's going to affect my fire lips. Oh, dude, I can really feel it. It's crazy. Dude, that's so weird. You guys are out there, try 130, bro. It feels way different than 110. So I gotta do my hang 5 for later. I'm going to learn infinity rolls. Oh yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to learn infinity roll bar spins. How do you do that? That was crazy. Yeah, flatliners are crazy. Let's see how he does this trick. I'm gonna try and learn it. Okie dokie, let's see. How does he do it?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, how does he blaspheme? Okay. So that means he's going like this. How does he do it so many times? Yeah, he's doing it the other way. Oh, okay, I have to do it the other way. I think I have to do it. It's weird because it's like a switch bar for me. Oh, that's brutal. Now let's learn it. Weird, I've never learned this trick before. How does it, wait, does he hold on to his seat? Okay, yeah, he does hold on to his seat. That's hard. I'm gonna have to like work on that. He does it the other way though. Oh, wait a minute. Am I supposed to do it that way? I think I might be infinity going the wrong way.
weird. I've never learned the mega spoon actually. Okay, we're gonna learn. I want to learn Funky Chicken Tail too, or Funky Chicken Squeaker, or Pretty Sweet. Okay. Guess we keep working on the infinity roll. I think I'm doing it wrong. I think I have to spin the other way. But I don't spin that way, so. I think I'm doing it wrong. And this is a new trick we can learn. Starting to pump it a little bit. I'm finally starting to learn how to compass a little bit with that trick. Oh yeah, we're trying to do the backwards wheelie thing too. Upside down, peg wheelie. I think I have to learn the mega spin. Yeah, I think you need to learn the mega spin before you can do the upside down peg wheelie. Because it's basically the mega spin but upside down. Side donut to fire hydrant? Bro. And there's side donut to make circle. To elbow glide. Bro, there's so many combos and you really got good at that. That's why a lot of people do that trick. Dude, that high PSI is weird. I get feel it a lot with that trick. I need some water. Bro, I haven't been drinking water. Oh, why is it so hot here?
It's a Little Caesars thin crust summer with a large two-topping thin crust pizza for $8.99 that's practically...
Well, no slackness, guy,
You know the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Somewhere, no slackness, guy,
You know the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Seen, Halakino Road.
Somewhere, no slackness, guy.
Dedicated to all women who know where them going, know where them going.
Somewhere, no slackness, guy.
Genesis chapter 2 verse 15. Larger will be half in the man in a garden. If you watch your feet just if you keep it near me then Abba Father come and any man ballin'. Every chick will be a something and they gotta jump with it. But the children in the jack and neighbor do not near me. Catch you if you're not me up you truly perish. Jaja say in the one man baby hello and me son. All that you hand, put it in my hand. The belly chicken, to the belly chicken. Appreciation, female. God calls that I mean I use the slave. So I don't I'm just SLEPT. How I'm just a cotton rockin' all the way. Then the man with a cockasy sitting lovely. Woman of the name of water pretty. The album gets such a sound so happy. You came from me cause you're a part of me. Eva, praise the over you, WIFE. So, all that you hand, feed the woman. The better children, do the best you can with a Christian. Be made. Not seeing it dead to manifesting now move the chain. Cause Satan in the summer and come be still healing. Corruption it like a killing, even tailing. Money, my dominion, sack and beat and raping. But all that you hand, feed the woman. The better children, do the best you can with a Christian. Female, give thanks with Jack for me, mom and daddy. Queen, Tanya, Jack and sister, so one again, sister, them are full of beautiful Michelle, Camille and Leslie, let's down the best, sister Rocket and Jenny, whoa, and two sisters that the name of Angie, sister Judy, Denise Brown, sister Nanette, Anna Tina Shutan, Renee, Jessica Rice and sister Shannon, Mother Kevin Sin back in on the Belgian woman. She's the blessings of my call and sister summer. But not forget, Becky catch it sweet, passing out, boom. Don't pay down and go some of us skeleton. Princess Charlene, Sister Lisa, and close friend of my name, Algeria. The whole sec of them just full of lust. Two gal pick me one, Lisa and Nita. Tanya break it, me bashing on a time me. Same like Queen and Sister Marie. Ben Lorraine, Christina Money. Carol Landon, Rachel Kaneki. Nikki had his sister that she born in a Hickory. Sometimes she check the gun for in a Rosa City. Down here, old sister, stand steady. And another girl named Down Shopper still pretty. Most of the girl pick me up from old Chapsassy. They know me love them and all of them love me. This a DJ who plays the original song. All that you hand, feed the woman. The better children, do the best you can with a Christian female. Whoa, alright. Just children awesome, special woman. Princess City and Sunshine, Neda and Susanna. Sisha and Anisha, but then skip up on Ilana. One of the Caucasian, one of French and Indonesian. Me explain them to you because me want to understand. The whole second of them are like Sister Jennifer and Sister Anderson. Me pray me Lord that you will bless time with ambition. Right, Sister Precious, me back she a woman down. Me back she a woman down. Sister Becky, me back she a woman down. Sister Kelly, me back she a woman down. Both all of them they pray for salvation. Aaron and them they pray for salvation. Kelly and Jim they pray for salvation. Tanya and Tess they pray for salvation. All at your hand, be the woman. The belly children, do the best you can with a Christian female. Penny, Haji, Jane, Cathy, Rose, Gabby, Zee, and Tammy, Sister Caroline, Lataya, and Nancy, and Phyllis, Harry, Naya, and Hashi, Nicole, Picture, Needs, and Tisha.
Tell us about the Austin guy.
Man, California's awesome. It'd be so cool to be like doing a stream out there like that. Here we are. What's crazy is a lot of those flatlanders, they practice in a little garage. Sometimes they have these clips where they're just like in front of a lot of people, but they don't show you that they rode in a garage like so much of their time. That's funny. That's awesome.
I trying to learn? What I was trying to learn? Oh yeah, I was trying to learn the infinity stem. Infinity bar. You're gonna do it the other way, huh? Maybe I should learn it the other way. Ride a bike and help restore the earth. You can get a bike over at goldcrew.com. I don't know what to say to that. All these tricks so hard to learn. Oh my god, I almost did it. That was so close. That was literally, I don't even know why I didn't land that. You guys still watching this? I'm not a very consistent rider, unfortunately. I wish I was better, but that's why I ride it so much. Hopefully get more consistent. What I'm wondering is, like, did it take all these other flatlanders this much time? Because I feel like it's just, it's like just absurd at this point for me. God, I need to fix my wheel. Darn. Forgot I broke a spoke. Yeah, I gotta fix my wheel, unfortunately. close at, brothers? Where are all my tools? What's up, dude? What's up, Commander? Deadly legs. For some reason, I feel like I lost a bunch of stuff. I need to fix my bike, so unfortunately I can't ride it at the moment. But I think I might have misplaced a bag. I think this one. See if this spoke works. Let's see if this spoke will. Yeah, I think that one is. My wheel is pretty true. lot of spokes I could use from this whole wheel.
It can be restored.
Well, then another five fire whip. Let's start on that. Whee! Unable to add stream marker. That's not good. I have to write it down. That was at 2:18. I got my first clip at 2:18. Five whip. I'm gonna do a cliffhanger. Cliffhanger practice. Oh, darn. Alright, cliffhanger practice. I'm gonna let's fall like 20 times. This is cliffhanger practice with 130 PSI. So we added 20 more PSI today. So we're on crisp bone PSI. And it's still holding up. Tires, I've never had my tires. This is the highest I've ever had my PSI. 130. I'm like not used to it. Man, that trick is scary. You guys do cliffhangers, bro. It's just that first fall. The first fall of the cliffhanger is always just, you just gotta get out of the way. That trick is so weird. Oh, it's close. Alright, new trick. Oh, dude. I'm about to start doing it. I don't know, like the landing's really hard. I don't know how to land it.
And you start getting into it, though. That's cool. Oh, I wonder if Freak Squeaks in a circle are easy with harder tires. It does seem like it. Bro, this ain't even on copyright, they're putting commercials on it. Alright, let's do a cliffhanger. I'm gonna get it one day. I need to learn it in a straight line, I think. I feel like I'm just like not progressing as fast as I want. Oh, why can't I land it? How did they land that thing? I literally don't know how they land that thing. It feels so hard to land. I almost just did it 2 times. not getting down any straight. One gnarled plateau. I think it's just landing all this stuff, that's the hardest part. I think that's the hardest part now in flatland. Just landing stuff. I'm gonna land that right there. Let's try the locomotive. I almost landed one earlier. I have never landed a locomotive yet. Travis Kevin Jones. I have no idea how you guys land that trick. It's so hard. We could try hang 10 no handers with the 130 psi. Brutal. Try not to do gyrators. What if I made the rule, in order for me to get into a gyrator, I have to do Undertaker. Alright, Undertaker to gyrator. Ooh, that was fun. Needle and the Cyclone. I think the Cyclone, it's a good, like, complete opposite of the gyrators I do. I wonder what like some pros would say. Or I wonder what people that do these tricks, I wonder what they'd say to me. I wonder what tips they would give me. It's kind of fun, like having to grind without that much help. But it is kind of ridiculous. I just have to grind it out to learn it.
this actually is not on copyright. Oh, it's not. That was so perfect. Bro. Oh well. Darn, I wish I landed that one. That one was so good, dude. Everything about that one was just, dude. Oh well. That's what's wrong with that trick. It's just so hard to land. It's fun though. We could do like fire hydrant rebate, like decade. I kind of like the stuff that Ronnie Mullen does. He does a lot of like rock walks. That's kind of like cheesy to do in BMX, right? This is fun. Holy moly, that's crazy. Oh, come on. Brutal. I'm like out of it today. I can't land anything. Here's that new trick I wanted to do. Bar X up, backwards ride, body varial. kidding me, that was it. What is wrong with me, bro? I can't land anything. That was literally it. Almost did it first try. I actually got a line. That's the second line of the day. Yippee! Come on, is my thing messed up? Wait a minute. God, I think my stream markers are all messed up. That was at 2 hours 40 minutes. 2:40 body varial. Yippee! Okay, second line of the day. What's this? What's this? This is crazy. Really wants to do tricks. I guess I kind of landed this. I'm bad at the front wheel, bro. I've come to the conclusion that I am terrible at front wheel tricks.
actually do it. Quad whip. Quad whip the quad bar. Quad whip, quad bar, quad everything. Darn, my stream markers are out. Out of 10, I gotta write it down. That was 244. 244 quad. Oh, let's do this combo. Let's do this combo. Yeah, okay. There's actually a new combo I haven't done here yet. I'm gonna put them both together. I messed up. Darn it. I gotta like somehow get in the middle. I'm gonna do that. Let me. I need to charge my phone. Ooh, there's a cool sunset today. Some scriptures. Let us read some scriptures. Let's read some Psalms. Psalm 51 of David, when Nathan the prophet went to him, after he had gone into Bathsheba. Have mercy on me, O God,
according to your steadfast love, according to your abundant mercy, blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. For I know my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against you, you only, have I sinned, and done what is evil in your sight, so that you may be justified in your words, and blameless in your judgment. Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. Behold, you delight in truth and in inward being, and you teach me wisdom in the secret heart. Wow, I'm gonna underline that. The secret heart. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Let me hear joy and gladness. Let my bones that you have broken rejoice. Hide your face from my sins, and blot out my iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not away from your presence, and take not your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and uphold me with a willing spirit. Then I will teach transgressors your ways, and sinners will return to you. Deliver me from blood, guiltiness, O God of my salvation, and my tongue will sing aloud of your righteousness. O Lord, open my lips, and my mouth will declare your praise. For you will not delight in sacrifice, or I would give it. You will not be pleased with a burnt offering. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart, O God, you will not despise. Do good to Zion in your good pleasure. Build up the walls of Jerusalem. Then will you delight in right sacrifices, in burnt offerings, and whole burnt offerings. Then bulls will be offered on your altar. Man, some of the Psalms are brutal. They're really, some of these Psalms are really gnarly. What does this one say? Psalms 52. Why do you boast of evil, O mighty man? The steadfast love of God endures all the day. Your tongue plots destruction. Like a sharp razor, you worker of deceit. You love evil more than good, and lying more than speaking what is right. Selah. You love all words that devour, O deceitful tongue. But God will break you down forever. He will snatch and tear you from the tent. He will uproot you from the land of the living. Selah. The land of the living. The righteous shall see and fear, and shall laugh at him, saying, See the man who would not make God his refuge, but trusted in the abundance of his riches, and sought refuge in his own destruction. But I am like a green olive tree in the house of God. I trust in the steadfast love of God forever and ever. I will thank you forever, because you have done it. I will wait for your name, for it is good in the presence of the godly. Man, there's another verse on being like a tree. Bro, that's a whole nother verse I haven't remembered. But I am like a green olive tree. David really likes mentioning that he's like a tree. I like that. Let us learn the mysteries of the ants. The mysteries of the ants. Psalms 1. Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of scoffers. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. He is like a tree planted by streams of water that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. In all that he does, he prospers. The wicked are not so, but are like chaff that the wind drives away. Therefore the wicked will not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knows the way of the righteous, but the way of the wicked will perish. Isn't All Star Prayer? I think All Star Prayer is actually as a Christian, man. Think about it. Let's practice some shepherd singing. Let's honor David. Let's practice some shepherd singing. Let us honor David with the shepherd sling. The first time I hit it like first tee. I actually hit the string on it.
think we're gonna actually put another knot in here. Oh, that's why they're all messed up. It's shooting off. That sucks. Uh-oh. Oh, darn it. There we go. Call that as a clip, huh? I put some power into that one.
Let's see, when was that? When did I land that?
That was 304. Shut Dude, I can't even imagine just hitting somebody in the head with a rock with this thing. That would be so brutal, bro. Dude. You can put some power into this thing, dude. What happened to the ammo, bro? What's happened to the ammo? Let me go look at the weather outside. Outside.
Dude, I want some silver wheels, bro. All silver wheels? Boom, boom, boom. do.
We'll give you a decade to program. actually wondering if I should just learn it that way. I guess that's funny how I should learn it. time thinking that that's not a copyright. I don't know why.
What are you doing with rubber ends
What are you doing? You turn on your air conditioner, Dad.
I'm really gonna sit outside.
You're outside a little bit. Yeah, I'm still grinding. I know it probably seems boring, but I honestly find just like riding just more beneficial to me. 'Cause sometimes I just have so much energy. Like if I don't ride, like I just have like too much energy. So I not only ride just because it's fun, but I just ride just because it's like good for my my mind. It kind of like makes me stop thinking a lot about a lot of other stuff. I'm trying to get a clip at sunset, so We are going to have an outdoor sesh here in a little bit. Yeah. Maybe I should learn it the way that I should be doing it. Let's see, he's doing it. There's like this infinity spin, bar spin that's really cool looking. I'm wondering if I can just do it this way though. I think you have to do it the other way. Hey, are you the guy that got the BMX bike? You're not the guy that got the BMX bike, right? Because I know there was one dude that got a BMX bike. I'm wondering if it's you. Oh my god, I almost did it. Bro. I almost did a double double whiplash. That's a hard trick. I guess I should just learn the infinity roll right there. Like this. Feels the same, actually. Whoa! Dude, I found out a new combo. You could do, dude, you could do, hang five to downside whiplash, to land on the pegs, to infinity roll. That is amazing, bro. I love just finding like a combo. I did not think about it. I did like
that combo was straight up just an accident. See, that's why I like flatline, because like, bro, I didn't even know you could do that combo until I just did it right, almost did it right there. It's hard.
Detective Aura verified to a seance. I can't talk to the dead.
Oh, I almost did it! Dude! You can do the infinity roll opposite. I'm actually doing the infinity roll different. I'm actually doing an opposite spin, but my foot's on the on it regular. I'm not doing it right, but you can actually do it. Yeah, because I'm for that trick, the how-to has your peg, your foot over here, and you're supposed to turn this way, right? But I don't normally spin that way. That's my opposite spin, right? That's what's weird about flatland, because sometimes like people do their tricks opposite. So, because I normally go like this, so it's weird. Like flatland's odd because like there's all these different techniques. See if I can land one. This is called the infinity roll bar spin. And so if you master this trick, if you master the scuff, you can just do infinity bar spin. Fun. It's hard to land. It's actually hard to keep scuffing. At least we kind of got one new trick. That's kind of like an easier trick to learn, but I almost learned it. I think you can do it breakless too. See, like if you do it right, it just like keeps going. That's insane. I just don't know like how you have to get like the right angle. But if you get the right angle, your bars just keep going in a circle. I've also been practicing the upside down wheelie. I like riding my bike. My bike keeps me sane. You ride, don't you? Summons. How do I say your name? Summons. Yeah, Summons. Is that how you say your name? You ride, don't you? I'm pretty sure you ride. I think I remember you saying you ride, right? Were you that guy that bought the bike? There was somebody on my stream that bought a bike, and then like he stopped talking to me. I think, was that you or? Man, it's either I'm a very slow learner, or these tricks are just taking forever, bro. I wonder what other flatlanders really think of me now at this moment, because I'm wondering like, because the weird thing is I have no really other flatlanders to ride with, right? Like, I'm just straight up just grinding this stuff out, right? Like, I'm pretty... Actually, I know if I was riding with other flatlanders, bro, like, I'd be learning stuff, like, way faster. Because I'd be, like, trying to do a trick, and they'd be like, oh, bro, just do it over here. You gotta tweak it over here. It's like, bro, I'm, like, going in, like, cold. I don't even know what I'm doing. But it's fine. I like the grind. It's, like, cool. But, yeah, if I had... I know, 'cause if you guys are out there, and you guys actually have flatlanders to ride with, you guys should probably ride with them, because like the thing is, the state that I'm in, there's literally only 2 other flatlanders in the entire state that I'm in, bro, and they don't even live close by me. It's just ridiculous. It's absurd, actually. And so like, but the thing is, I remember when I was in Long Beach, there was a whole big flatland scene there. That's actually what got me into flatland. And it's hilarious that it took me moving out to Long Beach, California, to meet my very first flatlanders, bro. Every time I see a flatlander, bro, it's like you see a shiny Pokemon, bro. It's like you see like a rare legendary Pokemon. Like, that's how rare it is. So, well, actually, that's maybe what I think anyway, but it's hilarious. But I'm wondering, I'm really curious of like people that actually ride flatland, that they're maybe observing me. I wonder if they're just laughing at me. They're just like, you're doing that completely wrong. Dude, I found like this cool free goth song. Nice. Freaking hit the garage. There's a way where you can like go in and go back into a hang five. Right now I'm just struggling with the pumping tricks. Like I just wish there was a rider that I was like kind of by that was just doing pumping tricks, like so I could like. I feel like that's super hard to learn. Like I haven't been saying that on the how-tos, but it's super hard to learn how to pump. So this is the only trick I kind of almost know how to pump now. Like I can kind of feel it a little bit. But I'm like still not really sure on how entire. It kind of feels like I'm guessing when to pump it. But I have pumped it like a good amount of times now, so I'm like starting to learn it a little bit. That was sketchy. Oh fuck, I didn't get in it. You guys seen the infinity roll? So this is actually a new trick I almost learned today. Well, it's actually a really old school trick, but I've never landed one. Dude, infinity rolls a switch with stick beat bar multi-bar. That was fun. I don't really know how to land it though. I think I gotta keep scuffing it. I keep like putting both of my feet on the pegs. I think I need to like keep scuffing it.
What other trick can we do?
Oh yeah, these will be kind of fun. I've been trying to this. Oh. Fudge. Why is that trick so hard to land? They never landed. I've landed like 500 of them. I still can't land it very good. starting to learn that one, like turbine steamroller to McCircle, like a couple McCircles. That was a very popular one. I see a lot of people doing that one. I kind of still don't know why, like a lot of, I know like there's a reason why so many of the pro flatlanders do this combo right here. You can get into like a bunch of combos after if you learn this one. But it's like, it's crazy because it just has taken me so long just to even learn the riding. But I know there's like 100,000 combos if you master this one. You know what else to do from it? I'm gonna do upside down one. Upside down tail? I'm gonna land an upside down tail whip. I've actually only landed one on this bike, I think. Getting in the way. Oh, are you kidding me? It's weird, like some days I'm like, I have trouble with certain tricks. Normally I could do this one every time. But it's riding. Are you kidding me, girl? What's going on? I'm terrible right now. It's so absurd that I cannot. This is so weird. Normally I can get in this trick, but. Are you kidding me? No one landed it. Fudge. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Oh, good thing I didn't land. That one's sketchy anyway, but I was like literally a millimeter from landing that thing, bro. I'm gonna see what the weather's like outside. I'm gonna go right outside. Hopefully we can catch a sunset. What, it's 6? Oh yeah, okay. We're gonna go outside. We're taking this outside now. So I can't do a lot of the tricks I can in here outside because the ground's not level. But it's okay, because there's a good scenery, so. Take a little bit of a break. I'm going to eat a spiced mango. And we're going to go outside. How do these Flatlanders get so good? I guess some of these guys have been riding for like 20 years, so. They're just on such a different level, bro. I honestly wish we could observe like a pro rider. I'm actually curious, like, what do they do? Like, what is a pro rider's routine, you know? Are they just failing over and over and over again? Because it seems like they land everything. That's the mysterious part about the flatland thing. Like, I'm wondering, do these guys just land, like, on their normal sessions, do they just land, like, 500 things? Or are they just not landing a lot of things a lot of times? Yeah, you can turn on. It's just the Bible study that you have to. These mango things are good. I think they're super sugary though. Man, Sergio Leos is still riding. Holy moly, bro. That dude has to be like 50 or something now. Jesus, holy moly. I can't believe he's still riding like that. Terragosa. Okay, let's go right outside. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Oops, I totally ripped that page off.
We have entered the lair of the rabbits. The lair of the bunny rabbits. Greetings there, travelers. Welcome. I see a squirrel. I see a squirrel and a rabbit. The squirrel and the rabbit. I'm actually wondering, like, man, somebody's been feeding the squirrels together. Freaking walnuts out here. So I'm finna be a person be feeding the squirrels really good. Should I have it like that? Darn, how do I? I want to have it up higher. That's why I brought this thing out. There's a bunch of weird combos you could do out here. You could do like a tail tap, reverse CT, kickflip, fakey, like kickflip stuff. I wonder if the ISO is good. Let's check it out. How's the ISO? Oh, it's okay. I think it's on auto.
Course Beckwith, airport in the heart of wildfire country.
Oh yeah, I could do the steamroller line. Like steamroller, backwards steamroller, fire hydrant, tail tap, chainsaw, fakey, aerator, multi-bar, safety decker. Simple little 7-pointer. Hard. The bait kind of messes you up. What other combos that you could do out here? It's kind of like a Beach Russell song. I dig it. You gotta get your cranks just right. It's kind of like washed out. Darn, it was all washed out. Well, good thing I didn't learn anything. It's gonna be a good sunset today. Did it get washed out again? I don't think so. I've been listening to all these songs way too much. It's kind of like a line. Sketchy, I ain't gonna take it. I'm like trying to max out this freaking bank. I don't know what to do on this bank anymore. Oh my goodness. I'm just like, I don't know, man. You really have to think about it now. What about, pickup bar, Rocket bar, chainsaw, fakie, 180 whip. I thought it was going to be a sunset, maybe not. I remember that there was like these really gnarly foot jam combos. Someone did what, like foot jam, can jam, Vader jam. I like can jam to Vader jam. This will be copyright-free music, brothers. What is this? Is this copyright-free? We found a new copyright-free song. This sounds ridiculous. Oh, you know what I haven't done? I haven't done a switch whip to rebate whip. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Switch whip to rebate whip. What is this? This is ridiculous. No, darn it. Right when I got up, rabbit ran away. Rabbit. Fudge, I thought there was going to be a sunset. Maybe not. Joe Fate. Hey, what's up, dude? I'm just kind of messing around. I honestly wanted to get a sunset clip, so that's what I'm kind of waiting for. I'm pretty tired already. Like, I shouldn't even be riding right now. I just want to wait for a sunset clip, but it says it's gonna be at 7:56, so in about 20 minutes. Hopefully there is a sunset. Hope you're doing good, Joe Fate. I'm wondering if there is even going to be a sunset. I kind of doubt it because there's clouds now. I think when there's clouds, there's not a sunset. On that side. If there's clouds on that side, I think there's no sunset on this side. It's weird, it's like once I want a sunset clip, it's like there's no sunset. What scripture did you share today? Today it was on. It went into James 3 about the tongue. Went into like spells, curses. Then we went into Psalms. I think it was Psalm 16. Psalm 16, and then we went into some word. I think it was like Mikten or something like that, which it meant like golden, to be saved or something like that. A Miktam of David. I'm actually thinking there might actually be a sunset, but I'm actually just I just gotta wait it out. I wonder if I do. Do like an elbow glide stall. Oh, try sunrise? I don't get up that early. It would be cool though. It's weird. I don't know if this thing's right. Because I like looked up the sunset thing, right? It says 7:56. It says today, Monday, August 14th. But I kind of know when it's going to happen because I can like, you can like see the light. It's not happening today. Psalm 16:2. I think it might have been Psalm 16. Let me see here. And when I break out the pocket Bible. Maybe it was. Oh, it was Psalm 16. It was Psalm 16, 11. You make known to me the path of life. In your presence, there is fullness of joy. At your right hand are pleasures forevermore. I think that's really awesome, huh? Like the Lord making known the path of life. It was Psalm 16. I was almost going to say it was Psalm 61, but Psalm 16:11. I'm wondering if I could like get like a good street clip with the background. Because I've been like trying to like film it right here, you know, to get like this clip back here, but I'm wondering if I can get like closer, somehow get a clip still, like in the street with the background, with the mountains in the background still. I've never really gotten a clip like this, so I have to mess around with some different camera angles. Because the thing about these mountains is they get like really, really red if the sunset is correct. Oh, okay, so I can get a pretty good like street clip, I think. With the mountains as well. Are there any scriptures that you looked at today, Joe? Any ones that stood out to you today? let's see here. I've been studying Melchizedek. Wow. You know, Melchizedek is an interesting character. Because isn't there that scripture of saying that the Lord Jesus Christ was from the order of Melchizedek? And also Melchizedek is something from the Old Testament, right? There's actually a lot of, because I've looked up things on Melchizedek as well. There's actually a lot of mystery surrounding Melchizedek. Hopefully I'm saying it right. I think that's how you say it. I might be mispronouncing it. But it says something about the order of under the order of Melchizedek. Very interesting. I'm like out of energy, but I'm still trying to ride. What's going on? Yo, we outside, yep. Yes, but so amazing. Yeah, for sure, huh? I've been trying to get a sunset clip, but I don't know if it's happening today. Actually, I want to see where the mountain is when you're away from my bike. So, by the way, if you do get into doing clips, it's something that, okay, so it's about 2 feet away from my bike. I'm gonna get this rock. So I know that peak right there. I gotta get a freaking right there. What you guys been up to? Yeah, there's gonna be no sunset, bro. I don't even think. Let's see if Google is right.
Humans have evolved.
I feel like Google's wrong. It's gonna be in 15 minutes. That doesn't make sense. Huh? This is said about Melchizedek, Hebrews 7:16. One who has become a priest not of the basis of regulation as to his ancestry, but on the basis of the power of indestructible life. Interesting. There was a time when I wrote Melchizedek in Hebrew. Trick's kind of hard. I gotta like grab the bars right away and get them to drag.
Oh, are you kidding me? Almost there.
Oh, so close. Come on, sunset. Yeah, there ain't gonna be a sunset. Google had it wrong. I've sent. It was just really cloudy back there. I wonder what it looks like on the screen. I can't really tell. Maybe I should try and get a little closer. Let's see. So we have the bush all the way to that. So I can actually do a hand grab line. Ground's not even here, so I can like feel it. We did land that. Maybe I should mark that clip down. Yeah, that's not good. Ah, yeah, good clip. I think there's 2 rabbits right there. It's hard to ride out here. You gotta like, if I can get on top of the little triangle, I kind of worked out that if I go straight on the side, it's really hard. What you guys doing? Good? Cool thing about Flatland is you can learn it on the street.
trick's just harder out here. That was gnarly.
I can't believe I even had that.
I'm actually gonna stream mark that clip.
How long can I manual? I can manual pretty long. I guess I haven't really been practicing it. Manual pretty far though. Probably until I can run out of speed. If I kind of got back into the groove of it. Here, I need to mark down this highlight because my highlights ain't working. That was at 5 hours and 5:04. 0, 0. Outside clip. By the way, if your clips, because sometimes Twitch doesn't work very good, and they don't allow you to make the clips. What I do is I'll just open up a note thing, and I'll just write the time. I don't think Google's right, bro. There ain't gonna be no sunset right now. Time has passed. I mean, I could try and see how far I could manual if I put my camera over there. I haven't really practiced manual in a while. It seems like manuals are like kind of easier with like slower PSI. I've been noticing like if you have like a high PSI thing, it's kind of like squirrely. By the way, I upped my PSI today. I'm actually running 130 now. Highest I've ever ran my PSI. I literally got a new pump today just so I could get a higher PSI. Now the reason, who kind of inspired me to run 130 PSI now is Chris Bohm. When I met Chris Bohm in real life, he's like this pro flatlander guy from Germany. He said he was running 130. And I was like, are you kidding me, bro? Like, there's no way. Because at the time, I was running like 30 PSI. This dude was running 100 more PSI than me. But not only Chris Bohm, I actually recently saw a Chase Goin video. And he's saying that he's running 130 PSI. And if you guys don't know who Chase Goin is, that dude's gnarly. He's an OG. He's like OG. Yeah, no more tape. Can you do it on the front wheel? No, I actually can't do the nose manuals. I'm very, very bad at the nose manual game. I mean, I could do like hang fires, but not like the other ones. Let's see if I could do some like multi fire ones. So Chase Goin was really, really good at this trick. He was like a master at this trick. It's hard out here. It's not even. I think you need some pretty even damage. That trick's fun though. Some people call them pinky squeaks, but it's weird. It actually is still kind of like, it looks still light on the camera, but it actually is pretty dark out right now. And yeah, there ain't gonna be no sunset, bro. Google is off, bro. They were off like an hour. It was actually an hour ago. Sick for you. Thanks, dude. Yeah, the clouds are shaded, huh? But yeah, there's some gnarly sunsets. I should be trying to get more outside clips. It's just, the thing was, is it's just been getting so hot lately. It's finally kind of getting a little cooler, so I'm gonna start getting more outdoor clips. Yeah, there ain't gonna be no. It's done, so I'm probably gonna end the stream now. All right, everybody. I hope you guys have a good one. Thanks for tuning in. I guess I'll leave it on a Bible verse. Let me get my Bible. This is how I do it, right? We're riding up ice. Open the belt up. Honestly, that's why I like the Pocket Bible. Let's go to Psalms 32. I know there's always some good. There's always a weird one in Psalms 32. Psalms 32:8. I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I'll counsel you with my eye upon you. I love that verse. It's just super weird thinking about that, honestly. Isn't it weird? I think it's weird. Like, it's weird imagining the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings. He instructing us, he teaching us. He ultimately teaching us the paths of life. Anyway, you guys have a good one. I'm gonna try and probably start pushing the screens back a little bit just so I can catch the sunsets and stuff. But, yeah, hope you guys have a good one. I'm out of here. We out of here. Hope you guys have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. I don't even know why people even watch the bike. I feel like the bike riding is just super boring to watch, but I'm not a very consistent rider, nor am I pro or anything, you know, so here's their laptop gone. Anyway, you guys have a good one, man, and hope you guys just continue to keep trying your best. And I know it's a cheesy quote, but our successes are built upon the mountains of our failures, so just go out there and fail. And just keep failing and failing and failing, and don't be afraid to fail. All right, we out of here, guys. Have a good one.